Yeah, it's a full release. Oh, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. Oh, grab this stuff. I think there's a bunch of new characters too. Or a bunch of new pals.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel.
Hey, lady.
Sir? Sir, are you listening to me, sir? Sir, I'm talking to you! Sir!
Thanks, Ree. Hey, Grammy. Mm-hmm. They added a lot of good stuff, quality of life stuff.
Good. Good.
Mm-hmm. I know family's not excited about. God damn it. Indy says hi. This is gonna be the death of me right here. So what's going on with it? Do you have it set to use the same? Well, I don't know how it is on Streamlabs, but for it to use the same settings as like your regular stream. Is it trying to stream from it? Or is it just using it as a canvas? That's all I can think is it's trying to stream through that too. This isn't set to stream. It's just set to have a canvas. So I'm wondering if it's trying to stream with it. Don't set. I shouldn't be streaming it. It should just be using it as a canvas. It'll automatically push to Twitch. It'll just find that canvas for vertical. Because I'm not streaming with this one here. It's just a canvas. And I'm pretty sure it's working on vertical. Yeah, see? I just wanted to see it repeat. Yeah, make sure it's not trying to stream. That's all I can think is that it's trying to stream at the same time. And you should not be doing that. Oh, little chicken's so cute. I know. I know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's so cute. No, just have a canvas show, and it'll pick up that vertical canvas. That's probably what was throttling the fuck out of you. Oh, that still sucks though. I hope you feel better. Yo, I'd only use that dual format if you're doing like YouTube or something too. Like to stream with that. Because then you can have that canvas go to YouTube as well. Or TikTok. Does it show me making like eggs and sausage? Yeah. Yeah, go to see my dentist on Tuesday. I think when I went into work the other day, I overdid it by talking too much. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, how cute! Need one more bed. Mm. Shh. Cool. Not quite there yet. You're so cute over there. The heck is this? Oh, what do I need for this? 2. Meow, meow, meow. Sounds like Dutch. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. What's up, bud? You're a post. You have a bed. Say go to bed. Oh my god. Ugh. That thing is ridiculously high. How cute it is. Do you like my character? Yeah, what about my beard? I finally unlocked the big tree in the middle too. Oh my gosh, you know what it reminds me of? That's what it reminds me of. That's what my character reminds me of. Mm-hmm. I've done that to my back before. Or, you know, just turning your head will pull a muscle in your neck. Reminds me I need to do my yoga more often. Hell yeah. Oh. My family doesn't want to start over in this game, but actually don't mind. Then again, I didn't put in a ton of work for reading and stuff like that, so I understand them not wanting to start over. I put a lot of work into that game. Did you give me an egg? Is that what that was? He got an egg? Hmm. Okay. Let me get... cancel those two. So I'm gonna need to take one of the lambs out. Oh, hold on. Yeah, finish planting these. Chest over there too. I did put some guys in the universal PAL box, but I don't know if I want to grab them or not. Wise. Kativa is on a short break. There we go. Hey, Dad. That's why. Oh, crap. I haven't gotten them out yet. I wasn't sure if I was going to or not. But I only moved over Minmog, the Jet Dragon, Smokey, and a Gale Claw. But I haven't gotten them out yet. It could. I don't know. I have to rebuy. I have to get saddles and stuff like that again. I don't know. But I have it on casual, so. We just unlocked what we needed to get. No killers, what? I don't know if I wanted to, like, just start over from scratch on here and just enjoy it. I need to find a planter. I'm not happy. Jeez. Yeah, I'm already almost to base level 5. Yep. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh. Not yet. I just started. Yeah. Yeah, see, they're in here. It would go down to my level too, so you have to level them back up again. But they're there. Yeah, I grabbed him in Mog. Oh, what else did I need to do? Oh, okay, I'll be back. Okay. May line up with that. Whatever. Cool. Oh. Oh, what was the other? Oh, I have one more. What up, Clayton? There was a gun moss down there. Gotta wait for these. So in the meantime, oh, I need to find myself somebody that can do that. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh. There we go. No, I don't work Fridays. And then I smashed my face, so I've been taking the last couple days off. I fell off my scooter Monday. Instructions not clear. Just getting my stamina up. There we go. I'm gonna go try and find some plant guys. Is this a new puppy? Are you the new puppy? Pretty sure you are. New puppy. Oh, you're a level 16? I fucked up. No! Get down, Mr. President! Nope. Oh, Pinglet! Hello, dear. I need to make breakfast. There's the crusher. Ugh. What else did I need to make? Uh. Aww. Okay, I'll be right back. There's yogurt and stuff.
Play. Play.
I am playing. What? I am playing by myself right now. It is just me. Crap, what else did I need? More stone. Get rid of this tree right here. No! Your server still had the old game on it, so no, I'm not playing on the old server. We started a new game. It didn't see that I didn't see that I could. It just sends me to the title screen. So I started my own multiplayer. Hi, P. The bot is empty, little girl. Well, I got this game that I already started. I'm already working my way through. That way I'm also kind of working at my own pace, too. Yeah. See the pengullets. I need to go down there and grab one for this. I got the new puppers, too. And to upgrade the mailbox. Oh, the hot springs. Right there. Nope. Heck yeah. Give me one sec. Just while I eat. Oh, you guys don't have to see me suffer while I eat. I'll probably make a character over on yours, Dad, but I want you and Cheryl to have fun on it too. It's like I can't really be on as much anymore. Yep. Uh, My face is starting to look a little bit better. Unless swollen, but still hurts a bit. Heck yeah. Was I thinking about something? Doing something? I forget. How cute the new puppy is. Yeah, so they're going to go do something else. Um, There we go. What's the map look like? Empty? 'Cause I haven't done anything yet. But the tree's unlocked. I just don't have my camera because I'm eating. Or trying to eat. What the dog doing? Andy, did you ever play this game in early access? When you like Pokemon, I figured you'd like this. Hell yeah. You're not, you didn't start over? With all the new stuff? Eh. Aw. I've been playing this with the family for a long time. But I wanted to start over. I think they're starting over too. I just don't have time to play with them all the time anymore. So I'm just gonna do my own game and pop into theirs every once in a while. Yeah, yeah. I need to get to level 10. Yeah. It still hurts. I just have my cam off because I'm eating or trying to eat. This doesn't stack, yeah. Hmm. See the puppers? Mm-hmm. I'll take that guy. I should have farmhand in here. Get over here. Yeah. I hear you. Bro, what are you doing, my dude? Where are you? Where are you? I need to get myself a bat. What? Oh, are you glitched? Hold on, let me double check this. Oh, a player's near player. Okay. That's cool. That's new. So I can still have like this guy out and I'll still have that one out. That's cool. Crap. So it's only to 5 now too, to max out. Used to be 12? Right? Oh. I got a new outfit. Nope, not unlocked yet. Um. It's probably the unknown items. So like even with those guys unlocked, I had no idea if we're gonna be able to ride them or not. They when you put them in the Universal PAL thing, they sync to your level, and you don't have the saddles unlocked yet. So I don't know if you'll have the capabilities of flying around with them yet. Bless you. Ooh. Nice. And a key. You. I would like you. Cool. What was that, Dad? Bro, why are you in the water? So like with the jet dragons, I don't know if we have to unlock the saddles again. It is highly likely you have to unlock the saddle again. So it'll be good. Thank you for the lurk. It'll be good for like damage, I guess, but otherwise you can't really fly with it. Oh, it's a slacker. It's a three down slacker. Ooh, the small feed bag. I should probably unlock a bow. Oh. Yes, please. They can cook my food. Yes, dear. She's in her paper.
She was
Wha-
in the zone on stuff, so her, she'll freak out.
That's what she do. Ouch. Yeah, I love this game. Look at these guys. Smash. Take all of them. It's a cave already? Oh, we have a dungeon here. Dungeon. Oh, they're not stick. There we go. Bat. Nope. Mm. Yeah, surprisingly not yet. I haven't raided the first area yet, maybe that's why. Mm. What are you doing? Real, real. I like Depresso. Why? You're just a little emo boy. Leave him be. Who doesn't like Depresso? I haven't seen all the new ones yet either. There's a bunch of new pals too. You have so much beef with him? Why? Tell me this isn't Steve. He was the first pal that you probably deserved it. Let's be real. You probably deserved it. The Chilette's really cool, really cute too. Oh, that and the Tokoko. The fucking the one that you can poop rockets out of. Hold on. The Taco Taco? Toko Toko? A stupid ass bird? Hold on. This one. Yeah. You literally have them shit out. Hold on. Literally. Look at that. You have, look. Who doesn't want to do that? Yeah. Make a bird shit out a fucking rocket. And then at level 50, it gets Pal Blast. Charges destructive energy before firing a high-powered beam forward across a wide area. You just don't know game, it's okay. I should probably refill the tree pot. How many did I need for this thing? Okay. So I can't put really anything else over here. Um, oh, that's cool. Oh, they can also plant. This is, I think this is, I never really messed with this before, so this may not be new, but. Oh, do want to know. I need a, oh, I do have a fire one. Hold on. I gotta swap out. Um, okay. Oh, they can do that. Okay. So let me fix this. Come here, you. I don't need any more eggs right now. Harvest, bitch. Thank you. Should probably make an arrow or a bow and arrow. Oh, I need more stewed. Maybe I should switch this around. Or just, you know. I have walls, I guess. Close to my level. I'm close to level 10. Look at little puppy. Throw that stuff in there. Um. This here for the berries. Berry seeds. What do they consider that? Owl material? Jeez. Weird, but okay. And then I need PAL fluids. I could just fast travel, but I'm already here. There's a shiny. Shit.
Yep.
We're about to get us a shiny. I thought I heard a shiny. Yeah, let's go. It did not disappear. Did it really disappear? I'm about to be so mad. I don't hear it anymore. I think it disappeared. Yep, I don't hear it anymore. There's an egg. In a fruit tree. Let me. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Sounds good. It does make me a little upset. Cool. There's a little Pengulet. Yo, 1, 2, 3. First I got the Slacker. What's the glowing one mean? Nice. Go over here, grab this. Oh, there's a chest right there. I know, it's Owlsphere. Hopefully my dog's not drowning. What's over here?
Yep.
Oops.
Yep. Yep.
Marine echo bone. What the hell is that? Where's the Mazzarinas? Oh, I need to get fishing done. I need to get my fishing pole. There's a shiny in there. When do I get my fishing pole? 15? Oops, fuck. Yeah, there's a shiny in the water. My shiny Cativa disappeared on me, so that sucked. Yeah, I went to go make some pal spheres, came back, it was gone. There's another one over here. Where'd it go? I saw you. Where'd you go? Get over here. Yeah. Dropouts, like what? Are you like lagging or something? Is that what you're asking? In the game? I think it could be just be your server. The chicken's drowning again. I'm trying to find. Oh, did I unlock any saddles? There's the Foxparks harness. That way I have my own flamethrower. I want to get my fishing pole. Oh, I don't know. It's fine on my side. Are you watching vertical or like the normal mode 2? Either? Oh. I think it could just be Twitch's side. Oh, there's another shiny fishing spot. See, that's odd that you can't change the resolution. Is there an update on the Twitch app? What was this? What is that? It's like little challenge areas? Aw. Okay, what I need to find is another fast travel. Part of me wants to just make another base over here just for fishing. Dude, the game's so fun. It's a great time to get into it with the 1.0 stuff. You just give me grenades? Bro just gave me grenades. It's another egg. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been bad. I want to fish. Yo, Rado, what's going on, dude? How you been? Oh. Oh, actually, hold on. Long time no see. How you been? Did I not unlock those? I did not. There's also, I cannot make them yet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I decided to smash my face into some concrete off my scooter, so here we are. I'll be back. Steer. What's up? There's a little man that wants some cuddles right now. In bed. Uh-oh. I don't have any meds for that one yet. Okay. Oh, it's gonna take me a little bit. Let me get. There we go. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, it's the big pain is when this just takes a while to do. Hmm? God, this thing's gonna take a while. Uh, Not all of them. Are you gonna buy me more? Okay. 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 Where's she at? Okay, another place to rest. Oh, I am out of wood. Well, she just setting up her character. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm out of wood right now. I should send my little pal over to do some wood chopping. Hello. Can you hear? I don't know if you can hear me or not. I think I have my mic. Yeah. Should be able to hear. Oh, she's in Discord. So is Dad.
Barely hear you.
Hello.
To figure out if I can set up.
Thank
It
you.
looks like I can set up a second server image.
You like the puppy?
I do. He's adorable.
Just a
For
new
some
one.
reason, I'm not hearing you. Hang on a second.
Who, are you not hearing Dad or?
No, well, my volume's way down. I think could be for all kinds of
I'm
reasons.
not on my headset either. I guess I should do that.
Hmm.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
But I'm kind of chatting with the guy that makes the server image. And he said it should be, but I don't know if I have to unbind the ports.
Right. Oh, he's adorable. He's very cute, and he's mining for you, or he's logging for you.
Yep.
He's a new one. Was he an early capture?
Yeah, he was right down the hill.
Aw. He's very cute. I think he's adorable.
Yeah, I'm not too far in. I'm only level 12.
I just wanted to, it looks, I saw your pup Ryan, you got me all excited, because it's like, oh, that's all.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Very much so. Oh, hello there, Foxport.
I'm trying to see if I can install a second image on the server and just leave the original one alone. It looks like I may be able to.
Oh, you got a gum moss with a cherry on top.
Yeah, I already, of course I already put this out.
It's adorable. He's very cute. Oh, I'm gonna lie.
And then I have my pirate pangolin
Where's your pirate pig?
wading into water.
Where did you stick the
Oh, there he is.
code?
The join code for her. Oh, look at his little bandana. Oh, look at little pirate bandana. It's adorable. It should still be in your dialogue on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
On Steam.
So check your DMs.
What's that?
Your DMs on Steam.
Oh,
Your messages.
which one?
Messages.
The one I just
Okay.
sent.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, I do have to build something. And then I'll destroy it. It gives me all the resources back, right?
Yeah.
God, I forget how to do this. Oh, I do not have permission to place or remove structures. That's a very smart idea, Bill. Kate.
Yeah. You can start making your own camp too. I don't have a ton of.
Of stuff.
Well, I
So
don't.
they
I don't.
get you started with your own utilities. It looks like you've got. Oh no, you have to make that. Okay.
Yeah.
pocket pair.
Let's see.
So I'm okay. Invite code.
Hello, bye-bye. Look at you logging. You're adorable. Well, let's see if I can make.
There should
will help
be.
you.
I don't know if you can go into these.
I don't think I can. It's not letting me do any of that. I have to set up my own. Okay.
Let me see.
Okay.
Maybe that's why.
It's still loading.
Try that.
Okay. Nope.
Loading, loading,
I
loading.
get a. Well, let's see. I can make a bat.
We don't have all of our special settings when we're not on my server, so.
Oh, I don't know what else I already have. I think I had the incubation fixed, and then you don't lose your stuff when you die.
Oh, good, because I hate.
It's on
losing my shit
casual.
when I die.
Yeah, it's on casual.
All right, let's see here. Oh,
There you go.
Presets.
oh, Popeye, you're so adorable.
And you can set it to not have to hold on a button too. You can just hit the button.
Okay, that's somewhere in the options.
Mm-hmm. Under controls.
Okay. Bye, we're making wood. Oh, there goes. Where do you put your wood?
That's
Here.
if you can just quick stack, and if it's in there, it's in there. If it's not, then it's not.
He's just got a voice on it.
How do? Yeah, it's got a voice. Like when you jump off of things, it goes fast. It's definitely.
Uh-oh, stairs.
What's the shortcut for send everything in my inventory to the chest that's already in the
It
chest?
should
Is
it
there a
should show you when you look at the chest.
Oh, quick stack right bumper. Got it.
Oh.
All right, there it goes.
There you go. Now you need to remember
The
not to right
towers
bump
are the
everything,
key.
right?
The tree holds the truth.
That's right. It's philosophical. Oh, okay. So now I can make something to get stone with.
Okay, so where are you guys at?
Just right down the hill. The usual spot for starting.
No, I'm in there's some stairs. Do I go through the towers or do I go down the stairs?
So you'll have to look in your upper right hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
It'll tell you what your next step is. And you have to
Activate
go
the Great
activate-
Eagle statue.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, okay, and I gotta follow it.
Oh, you disabled the friendly fire, which was very smart.
Oh, damn.
Or your dad would kill us all.
There's fast travel I can activate.
What's nice is I can right click and then hit my middle mouse to have my pal attack.
Shoots a person near.
Like to go in first, so it's pretty cool.
How do you run faster? Is it? I
For
can't
me, it's
remember.
shift. I don't know what it is. You push down on your key.
I don't know. I'll have to remember. I shall have to remember.
All your stuff down the hill there, Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Hand me that device you have over there.
Oh, I have to build a primitive workbench. Okay.
Hand her your device. She quickly gets to work. Oh,
Build one. and
survival
destroy it.
guide. It's a fruit of her literal blood, sweat, and tears.
Use X to craft something. Okay, there we go. Craft. Okay, what's your other two materials? Craft a stone axe.
Are you down the hill by all the water?
Yeah, can you see us? If you look over the edge, you should be able to
I
see
see
Kate
the
has a,
bridge.
you see a wooden platform. Kate's built a wooden platform.
Will I kill myself? Oh, you hit the X button to jump, sure.
Oh, okay. The A button jumps.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
And it's 5.
the
it's,
other X.
It's 5 to max out. For capturing pals. Instead of 12.
Look at all these guys.
I think last time it was 12, yeah.
Oh, you only have to collect 5?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's nice, because that was a pain in the ass.
Primitive workbench. I'm trying to remember.
Then Cheryl,
I see the map.
behind you.
There's all my stuff.
Come
Where are
here.
you guys at? Oh, oh, there's Kate is across the travel thing.
Yeah, so we see you. So you'll have to join, go to see Kate and join her guild.
Now jump in this. Isn't that cool?
Can I go to your pal box and join or what?
No, you have to go to Kate and join. You gotta physically get close to her. Oh, okay. This
Oh,
is
man.
This looks like stone. Yes.
Oh, I belong to another
Would you,
guild.
oh man.
I can't even get in your bed.
Well, you have to join Kate's guild first. And you have to do that by getting close to her person.
I guess.
If she lets you, because you know I would. I would not.
Okay. Now I can sleep in your bed.
How dare you?
Not right. That is so not right.
Can't use it without a roof, so
Oh, I can't even get in it.
Oh, that's right. You have weight limits here, don't you?
yep.
What's in the chest? Berries. I should probably have some of them, shouldn't I?
Oh, for food. There should be a bunch of berry bushes around now.
I got food too.
Let's see, are there berry bushes here somewhere? Oh, look at the pretty
Let's see, how do I move?
Ooh, here's some iron. Iron. Here's some iron.
Ooh, I'm level 2. I'm trying to remember.
Okay, once you have the necessary materials, craft a stone axe at a permanent workbench. Okay, I can do
I need
that.
stone and I need flame organs to make the furnace.
Oh, I did some damage. I don't have anything to glide down. Ooh, nice swimming animation though.
Yeah, they've improved a lot of stuff.
Here, I'm bringing some stone, Kate. Let's see.
Says I have to make a crafting bench.
Yes, you have to make a crafting bench. Oh, okay, wait a second.
So I need to get wood. Do you have wood or do I have to go grab some, Kate?
Huh?
Do I need to go get wood or do you have some I can grab?
We're gonna need there's trees around, so we're gonna need to harvest more.
Yeah, we just don't have any tools.
Oh, it's not gonna let me move into there.
Well, I mean, you can
Harvest a
make a
bunch
couple
more.
things here. We just need more stuff.
How do you run fat? Oh, you have to. So I have to go pound on these trees.
I need
You can
more
make
room
some
in your box.
tools.
I need
What's
some
that?
room in your box for stone, sweetie.
Find the
I
one
can't
with
make
stone in it.
tools yet, can I?
There's a box with stone in it, just right bumper on one of them.
Oh, I didn't see the. Okay. Let me go figure that out in a second.
Yep. If not, this one over by the stone quarry is also stone.
Can I make a tool yet? I can't make any tools yet.
You have to put a workbench down, honey. That's part of your whole.
Yeah, so I have to get the wood. The only way to do that is to beat on it.
Or go find stuff around.
Where's your quarry? Oh, it's over here. Okay. you and pickaxe.
Get my stamina back.
Oh, somebody's sick. Do we have medicine?
Not yet.
Mr. Katiba's sick. Let's see, buddy.
No meds yet.
So once I build the crafting bench, you already have one, right? I can just
Well, you're
delete
gonna
it
need
once
to-
I build it.
Yeah, you can just delete it once you build it. That's absolutely true. Yep. Attack a lab. How to actually bring up house here. Okay. Oh, I can't use my. Let's
Okay.
It's also not
Yeah.
bad to have a bunch of them because we're going to be using them. So that's
Alrighty.
fine.
Okay.
I don't want to punch the bench. I want to build. Don't act. Is that what I use to get wood? Let's see. And the pick. I want to build that. See, how do I switch? How do I switch devices?
Why? Look in the lower right-hand corner of your screen.
Oh, there we go.
Alright.
Thank you.
So they don't stack the specials anymore either, it looks like. So you just need one to get the special. You can't stack it. Like
Good, I got
Kativa
I got a
increasing,
helper.
like Kativa increasing your weight and stuff like that.
Ah.
That stuff doesn't stack anymore.
Oh, it's good to me. It's going, hey.
Okay.
He's making eggs over here if you want to grab some.
I'm making eggs. Alrighty. Put you in my... Oh, I don't have a food basket yet. Okay.
Do you want one? Do
Technology.
you want one?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm making a bunch of pow balls.
Go ahead and
over
work on
here.
that one.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the
Oh, I'm
best?
cold. I'm cold. I got no clothes.
Let me cancel the PAL spheres.
Okay. Let's see. Technology. Lock out.
Little pal box. So how did you move stuff to your global pal box, Kate?
I went to the original world and then moved him into there. I
Well, I
haven't
have some in there already, so
I haven't touched him yet because I don't.
I set myself on fire. Wait, let me get in the water.
Take clothes.
Damn. Damn.
Take clothes, Dad.
Oh,
You're hurting yourself. Take clothes. Cheryl too.
yeah.
To your left. To your left.
Let me get
To your
closer
left.
To the fire.
To your left.
oh, I thought it was at the fire.
Let me get to the fire and warm up a little bit. Okay, you made close. Thank you, Kate.
Dad, come get your clothes.
Okay.
Cheryl, take that.
Let's see, I need to
I got it.
put them on.
No, take
don't
that.
Alrighty.
I? Oh no, I have them.
Hey, yes, they're on now.
I need more leather. I can't make another one just yet.
Okay, I will help you find that.
I'm trying to remember how do you eat now. Okay,
Let's see.
I see that.
I already have a quick travels, another base set up near where I'm going to be fishing too. So there's another base farther out.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, where's my... Oh, we need... Let's see. Oh, poor Lambykins, I'm sorry, but you're...
Well, capture them. If you capture them, you still get the stuff.
Oh.
And you need it for your
We
stuff
have
anyway.
Spheres.
Cheryl
I
should.
remember how to throw them.
There you go. I don't remember how to throw them and throws it right in their face.
That's right, I remember them.
How many do you have?
2 less than I did. I have a total of 7 right now.
Okay. So go get 3 more lamb balls, and then you get the extra XP too.
Oops. That was probably...
Yeah,
a bad
get
idea.
pal balls.
Oh, damn lucky. I just threw it at him and captured him. I forgot to...
Because he's eating.
Oh, because he's eating.
Hmm.
Poor little boy.
You're beating up the sleepers.
I am, because I'm pretty nasty.
Let's see, how do you throw the pal ball now?
Pull in your left trigger to aim, and... I don't know, I'll have to go figure that out again. Hang on.
There's another lamb ball over here.
Yeah, then go over here.
Oh, it's a
Can't see
chicken.
thing. Those hip lanterns, man.
Those are chickens.
Oh,
Never
right.
mind.
There we go.
Let me find lambs.
Chicken. I
Uh,
need chickens too, though.
Here, over here, over here. Grab the lamb balls first. You get more XP.
Okay, where is... I see where you are. Where are those things?
Oh, I don't have a freaking club.
You need one of those because that's all you got.
Yeah,
Left at
I
the start.
know. I was getting tools, but I forgot to get
There's
the
2 up
club.
there.
Alrighty.
Is there? Did you say you built 2?
No, I was talking to Cheryl
Oh,
about her lamb balls.
Okay, you throw the ball. You pull in your left trigger to aim, and then hit your right bumper to throw.
One more.
There's my... There, nice. Nice, nice.
Did you get your 5?
Yep, I did. Thank you. I did. Alright, let's pick up some stone. And let's get some paldium.
oh,
There's
sure,
some
now you- now
mosses,
you
some
can find
chickens.
help.
Are you talking about the Cativa?
Yeah. Or no, the what's the floating thing? He came over to help me build a club, but I was already done.
Oh. Open inventory to save up hunger and use food with a Y. Well,
You have the food bag, so you don't need to worry about that.
Uh-oh, we can kill him, huh? That
Yeah,
isn't turned off.
you can.
You
still
can't kill mine.
Got some meat I could cook. Let's see. Did I get leather for the camp?
I don't know. I don't
It's in
know.
my inventory. No, I
No,
got
but-
cloth. I
No,
got
but I
wool.
mean, you can kill critters with the club.
Yes.
Yeah, you can. All right.
The daydreams are about to go away. There's Cativas over here too.
Okay, here's some chicks.
Remember the Memorest is over here as well.
Oh, right.
Be careful.
Did I get you, chick? No. Where are you? All right, 2 chicks.
There's 2 more over here.
Oh, there's a real moth. Here's my chick. Oops.
I got
Oh,
3
I ran
land
out of-
balls.
I ran out of pal balls.
Here, hold on. Hold on.
That's okay. I'm gonna get this paldium here.
Here. Come here.
Coming after me, chick.
Come here. Cheryl,
Where? Oh, you're okay. I couldn't see you.
throw it at it. It's in the water.
In the water.
It's in the water.
Oh, it's in the water. Oh, dude, where did you go?
Under the bridge. There you go. You cornered him.
Oh, these are all extra games. Oh, am I dying?
This one's ready to go. Throw it. Throw it at the one behind you. It's on me. That 4's ready to go. The 7's ready to go too.
You guys go. Where did you go? Oh, I see.
There you go. Throw it. Nope.
Oh, that's yours.
Oh, can I die on this?
Yes, you can, but you don't lose your stuff. Okay, I just need
Chaos.
one more of those, but I'm kind of redlined here, so.
Eat. I'll go punch this other one for you. Yeah, that one's ready to go.
Okay.
Throw it. No, throw it. Throw your.
Oh,
Don't hit
I'm
it.
out. Okay, I'm out.
Oh no.
You ran out of balls?
Yeah,
That
I
you
ran out of
did.
balls. Let's see. Where is our camp? Is it up there? It's up there. Okay. Sorry, Kate.
It's up the hill.
Oh, if you press down on your left stick, you run.
Yes.
Oh, I lost it.
It's up the hill.
Sorry, Cheryl. I still have aggro on it.
Running up the hill. Poor Katiba's so sick. Buddy. I wonder if I can't make it off. It's probably gonna be at my bench.
Up. Okay, how do I eat?
There's multiple ways to eat. Did Kate get your food bag?
No, because I need leather.
No, but I have some food.
Open up your inventory and I think you press Y.
Let's see.
It's still here, Cheryl.
I'm getting some. All right, I'm coming.
I got it in my inventory. How do I eat it?
Let's see, there's Kate. She's right there. All right, that's coming. Oh, it's probably
Need
good
to-
idea to- I'm
Oh, I
coming.
can't put it in my food bag, so how the hell do I eat it?
I think as you hover over it and press Y. I think.
Yeah. All right, throw it.
No, I'm not able to do that. Why?
Don't hit it. Don't hit it.
Why am I okay? Oh, no Hellsworth. Oh god damn it! I didn't grab them.
Ah!
I made them, but I didn't grab them. Damn it!
Okay, I've got my berries here. Why the hell can't I eat them? It doesn't say anything about eating.
Hang on, Aaron.
How do I eat? How do I eat?
Don't take this daydream. This is Cheryl's daydream that I'm.
Okay.
But I'm-
you
I
hover
can't take it.
and
No,
it says
don't take the daydream.
Y. Hover over
I-
your food and then use Y.
I open my inventory and I'm on my food.
See how it says use Y? It says Y to use. That's what you
I
want to
do
do.
not see any Y to use. And I hit Y and there's something. I've got my inventory open.
And you're over your food.
Your inventory is open and you're hovered over the thing to eat.
Yep.
It'll come up, it says at the very, very top in the blue banner, it says Y, and next to it, to the right, it says use, U-S-E. You don't see that. Alright, I got
Don't I see it.
I don't know why you don't see it. You should. I'll show you my screen in a bit, but first I want to get back to Kate while she's trying to hold this last daydream for me. Damn, Kate.
It's shooting at you.
Well, it's been shooting at her since she beat it down for me, but I have not been.
This is the
able to
last
do
one
that.
she needs. Okay.
Where is it? Okay.
Right here on the right.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so then I open my inventory
Open.
Okay, now I'm gonna go get pal balls because I'm out.
and I see my pal balls and I see my berries. This is X take to take half. Why does
you're,
it say
you're
X? to
hovered
take-
over your berries.
Yes, and it says X
So
to take
look-
half. That's all I
So
see.
the dialog box that comes up, look at the top of that dialog box.
Berry seeds, pal material, common.
You don't
in
want seeds.
inventory. Oh, that's right.
Oh, that, yeah.
okay,
you
so I have
can't eat.
meat here, lamb meat, but I got to cook that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that-
No, here's red berries. It says take half, and that's it.
Well, on the very, very top of the banner, it doesn't say.
Oh, why use? Yes. it
Yeah,
does.
there you go.
He was looking at the
Right.
seeds. I think that's why.
Oh, is that what I think he is? It's a puppet. Come here, pup. Come here, pup. Come here, buddy. I need a pup. You're adorable.
Thank you.
I really need
Yeah,
a
the
pup.
seeds don't do me a damn bit of good, do they?
Come here, pup, pup. I can't run fast enough to get you. Oh, god damn it. Come here, pup, pup. Oh, Mr. Mamarest, you're gonna run right by him, aren't you? He's gonna kill me.
Pal balls available. How did I use them all? Okay, I'm just gonna kill you then.
Oh, I can't. Oh, there's quite a few of you down here.
I have to go back to camp and get pal balls. Is that a gum moth shooting at me? Because I couldn't, I didn't have a pal ball. I thought I hit him enough. Yeah, you're lucky, Kativa. I'm not going to beat you up because I don't have any pal balls. Do you have a place to put seeds, Kate?
Yeah, next to the two garden places over there behind you.
Got it.
I got a puppet. I got a pup. I got a pup. I got a pup. I got a pup. I don't know what they do, but I like them. They're adorable. Oh, there's chicken room. He's drowning.
Here you go, Dad.
Drown, chicken.
Here, I'm gonna make you some.
Oh.
There,
Think of it.
Dad. I'm making him on the right, on the right bench.
Oh,
Right
I
here.
already had some going here. Didn't I?
No, you can.
No.
We really need leather.
Where do we get leather from?
Yeah, look at me right on. Stop working on my balance.
The Vixies.
Been too long since we played these low-level things. Oh, somebody's sick.
Oh, oops. I captured somebody.
Somebody?
Damn, I'm about to die.
You captured somebody.
I didn't mean to. I hit a person instead of a critter. And now those dudes are after my ass. Wait,
Oh.
let's go.
Stay away from here.
I Oh, here's the berries. Yeah, I guess that was a bad idea, huh? They're gonna shoot me. Oh well.
Can't run fast.
You get the fast travel
I
over there
can't
though?
run very fast at all, though.
Oh yeah, they're looking at you.
Yeah, I thought I was picking up a chickpea, but I ended up picking up a dude, so I got a dude.
Oh, you have a little 40s on you? Bye. Goodbye.
Yeah, I know. I
Have
a
fun.
feeling I'm going to be dying
You
soon.
were screwing on with level 40 people, huh?
I wasn't attempting to do that. It just. Oh wait. What? Oh. I have a star, so now they have a very different way of keeping track of this now.
Oh yeah, it's like GTA. Go over to my fishing base. I've already found a couple of dungeons too.
Got lots of land balls. Ooh, what levels? Oh no, the Amarests are way too high level. Huh?
Yeah, remember, this is like hugely high.
I think I always started like level 30. Shit.
Oh, that's right, a parachute would be a good idea, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But we need leather for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. We don't know what gives us leather yet.
Oh, the Vixies, they're out there. No, you need cloth. I'm sorry, you need cloth and wood.
Oh,
The Vixies
I
are right
think
at
I've got
right up
wool.
from there. Over the tower.
Can I make cloth out of wool?
Yeah.
Okay, I got that. I'm
So they're up
coming back now.
they're up by the tower. That's where the Vixies are.
Those Cativas were smacking me.
Probably deserved
They
it.
do that. They like to do that.
Oh, there's a fast travel. And there's a guy standing next to it. Is he safe as long as I leave him alone?
Yeah, just don't hit him or try to
Uh-huh.
capture him.
Third. Ooh, 16. Caperty.
Yeah, don't hit that. Don't hit that yet.
No.
Hmm. The meat cleaver unlocked at 12.
Let's see, where are you? I have two now.
I need to find
Oh, I killed him. Alright,
more fox sparks.
More fox sparks.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a pangolin. There's more pepperinis. They're running away. I can't go that fast. And the pangolin's running too. Oh,
They do that. Oh. I like how the pepperinis, they kind of come and try to bite you. They're very cute. You got a chicken in your mind.
another pangolin and a pepperini.
Weapon is damaged.
We do have a repair bench.
Well, let's see. Pepperini's I love it. Oh, I guess I can't get the cows yet.
A little too high.
Oh no, I'm dead. Give up.
Holding it up. I died. You did. Oh yeah, I see it. It's a Rosarina killed dead.
Respawn. Where do I respawn? Oh, I get to pick where I respawn.
Yeah, whichever fast travels you have open or the PAL box. I think those are your choices.
I got my first shiny.
Why don't I see the stats on my dudes in the party?
I got a shiny.
You do?
Hmm.
Here, Lamball, help me.
I almost died, but I got it.
Which a shiny what?
One of the new guys, the Clovey.
Oh, nice.
killed the chicklet.
No, don't kill the chicklet.
Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Ha. Yeah. Ha. Yeah.
So what does...
Ha. Yeah.
I guess I should go to the pet box and take a look at that.
Oh, I forgot I could throw out critters.
Yeah, look at that. Critters. Let's see, what do I do? That's right, this is really good. Okay, let's go. 77. Definitely not you. What about the one I threw out here? 49. But, no, you get an exchange with a 70. There we go. What about... Oh,
Any technology I should have now?
I have a skilled islander we got.
See, I already have a cloth outfit.
Yes, you do. Kate made it for you.
I have a bat. Yes, my good stuff.
Oh yeah, new passives. Farmhand. What does that do for us? What's that do?
We only need to get 5 of everything.
Yeah.
Yes. Which is really nice, huh? Oh, and interesting, their stats are a little different.
Yeah, there's going to be new stats too.
Oof. See. Where's the bench here? Can I make? Yes. I'm making a parachute.
Where'd my land ball go?
Parachute got Kate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, you do. Yeah, no problem.
No, I do not.
Get a parachute.
See.
What level are you now?
I don't know, give me a second. 8. I'm on level 8.
I'm in my first dungeon.
Make a parachute.
Well, yeah, I mean, I brought back a bunch of wool, but I haven't made the parachute because I've been doing this. I've been looking at my critters.
And let's see now. Do I have to put that somewhere? No, it's already in the glider. Okay. Technology. How's the bat work, Kate? Is that better?
Yeah, it does double the damage.
It's better than the wooden club. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
50 instead of the 25. Okay.
Okay, so I need to
Yeah.
put these into storage there. And I do wanna
Okay, now I need to put my bat in place of my club. There we go. Ooh, what do I got here? What's this? Oh, ice organ. And some bones.
let's see.
My party was full of land balls.
Yeah. Well, buddy, you're just not doing so good. Poor Mr. Catino.
What's nice is the
Katie found a cave too.
Nice.
what's nice is all the little critters inside of the caves are all not hostile. So you can choose to
That's
walk right
really
past them if you want.
Yeah. Those are nice.
And I'm getting a common shield too.
Good.
Make it one
Listen,
of
I like Depresso, and people give me problems about it. He just cracks me up.
He's very cute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember how you use the critters with. Just throw them out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just throw them out, yeah. And if they, if they have a particular work skill, they will do that. So like right now, I threw out a Lambo and he does some crafting. So he's working on the stuff I have in there.
I got a Kativa here, so he's doing some mining.
Where's the Kativa that, oh, he's sleeping. That's right. Okay, technology points, huh?
Let's see. They put bone and cloth and stuff someplace, Kate. We need some of that.
Yeah.
So we've got places for it.
Yeah.
All right, how do I move this? Okay. Leather in here, so put that in here. Put all the stuff in
We have it unlocked. We don't have the stuff for it yet, so it's fine. He's
Oh, okay.
he's fine.
That's why he's okay. All right. He's just gonna work sick.
Okay.
Yep.
Put all your stuff back. Where should I put berry seeds? There's a box out here, right?
Yep.
I like his sunglasses.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Kativa that has a work speed of 70 as opposed to 49. Do you want me to trade him out? Or put him out too?
If you want to.
He's gonna need a bed though. I'll give him a bed.
There should be enough beds for everybody.
Oh, there is. There is.
Alrighty.
Oh, Lamball, you're so good. Thank you.
What should I do with the ice organ? You guys just throw it in the box for now.
If there's
There should be a
room-
parts place on the end that has
The very end one.
This
It
chest.
doesn't have room for an ice. You might have to put one.
It's full of ore.
no.
The
There
one next
there
to
should
it.
be one on the far side.
Put another one. Let's see.
These all have ore in it. But that one's got wood.
There's one with wood. There's one with ore. The far right one should be piled material.
It's got wood and
The far right one.
yeah, wood and fiber in it.
That's the left one. The far right one. If you're facing the chest from the front.
Oh, I looked over here. Okay. Oh, that one's full. Yep.
Might have to put another one down.
Storage shed. I have
You need to
not done
unlock it.
I knew that. That was an early thing. Just the wooden chest, or is there something bigger?
I think that's all we have right now. Okay, let's see. Okay, what's all you got?
Okay, and then I can put that in there.
Finally.
But then I need to. Oh, you can stack them too, huh? Chest setting. If you want me to, what do you want me to set this chest up to? Pal materials?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it says I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Better go get some
I
food.
don't have any berries.
There is some food. Oh, I should put some berries in there. There's some food in the Hal feeder over here. Let me get them.
Oh yeah, I saw Kate had a.
Yeah, there's lots of food in the. Here's the food thing
Yeah.
over here.
Yep.
Just make sure you sort every once in a while to reset the time. I just been doing the fried eggs because they're easiest.
Making some lamb kebabs. I think I had some of that stuff over here. Because I killed some lamb balls.
Okay. Well, let's see what else I can capture.
Let's see what's on the map. Got a fast travel over there. We haven't headed north at all. Have we?
No. Oh, Rambo. Oh, that's right. Lambo, get your ass
Oh,
back
you
in
went
here.
south.
Get your ass back in. Quit killing my critters.
There's another base to the south. Across the lake. That's gonna
Kate's
be
already
my
made another
fishing
base.
one.
Okay.
Guess what?
Oh yeah. What?
Upgraded.
Oh, yep. I just leveled up to 8.
Nice. Alrighty. I have how much of these I do. Okay. What else is around here? Anybody?
Oh man, there's all kinds of critters over here after me. Ah, my Kativa's killing them.
Yeah, you gotta remember to bring him in.
Uh-huh. I forgot I had him out. All right.
Small settlement. Alright, I need to find small settlement, but
Here's Cheryl.
just a second. Yes, Kate.
Over to this bench. Where are you at?
I jumped down, but I'll be
Oh.
right back up. Oh, something got killed it in here. Oh.
It varies. Yeah, I Kativa killed stuff.
Hang on, Kate. I am getting there. It's just taking me a bit.
Stay alive.
All right, here I come. What you got? What you got?
Left to left of my bench. Start working on that.
Oh, sure. Hang on, I'm like, dude out. It's so nicey, just working together.
Damn. Keep hitting me too many times.
Look at your Kativa, he's helping you. Look at that.
Well, don't help that much.
Then I got iron already going too, which is nice.
Nice.
So I'll finally be able to make the medicine thing too. So I have it unlocked. So
These headbands take a long time, huh?
yeah, it's an epic too. So I got the blueprint for it.
It's an epic.
Did you find it in a treasure chest?
Mhm.
Nice.
Damn it. This gumball is smacking 3 times and you're screwed.
Yes. So only smack him twice.
You already have a shield?
Yes, thank you. Where's the T-Fan? Swimming down the river.
Yeah, I got all my Kativas. I don't even know where the hell am I?
Hi, T-Fan.
Shoot.
Keep going west.
I'm gonna, Lambo, I'm gonna leave you to do that for a bit. I'm gonna go find something else.
I'll keep working out. I'll be.
Do we need Valdiums?
Always.
Okay.
Always, always. Oh, I can't remember. These are called Kilamaris. Is this a Killamari? He's adorable.
How do I switch critters when they're out?
You
Or
use
am
your D-pad to go right or left, select the critter, and then hit the throw out button again, and it'll exchange them.
So I have to go to my party.
No. See, if you get out of your inventory and you you look at the critter
Oh,
on the
that's right.
lower left-hand side
Yep,
of the screen.
yep. I remember now. Okay. I'm not going. Oh, Namarest. He's 38.
Yeah, don't
He's
mess
the big guy. He's the king.
don't
Not
mess
ready for you yet.
Don't fuck with Nimrod.
Nope, I just let him do whatever he wants.
he does unless you
I
get
just
him.
walked right under it.
Is that mine, Kate? Is that yours? Is that supposed to be mine, Sweet Pea? Oh, you're not here. Okay. No, I didn't know. Alrighty.
What? No way. Am I out of paddle balls? Damn.
It happens
Damn,
like
damn,
way
damn.
too often.
Especially when you throw them at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's pretty easy for that to happen.
There's a little yellow paddle ball symbols next to the critters. Did you notice that?
Yellow pebbles, I'm not sure. Alright, let's see, kids. Let's go get some more stuff. Is that Mr. T-Bot? Do I know you, T-Bot? Oh, damn it. God, you were still out.
Okay, I took 25 paddle balls and I started another 25 in there. And we're out. What was
I
that?
think those are Kate's pal balls.
Well, I just started another 25, so
Alright, you have it out with her.
she's not here. She ran off, so
Are you in an OFT?
where are you going? Oh. Is that the material for paddle balls? Is that the pallium?
That's exactly the case, yes.
Oops, just went up to 9. Get more berries. Seems like I like to eat a lot.
You do like to eat a lot.
I don't know why. Ooh, that's a long way down. Can we hurt ourselves in here?
Yes, you can. You lose health if you jump too far. Get yourself a parachute. Did you make a parachute?
Oh yeah, I have one.
Well, then that helps a lot.
Well, a glider. I don't have a parachute.
Oh, a glider, you're absolutely right. My bad.
What are you getting here? Stone? Oh,
Yep. Stone and Pal Dam was over there. There's Pal Dam over by the camp you can get too.
yeah. Have you been swimming? How's that? How's that
yeah.
work?
The animation's pretty cool. They've updated the animation, which is kind of neat.
Paldium fragment. Why is there some in here? In the grinder.
Because the grinder actually creates paldium from stone.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Right, I have to go.
See, Katie's still not back. They haven't finished with the 25 pal balls. What's going on here?
Well, there. Did you throw a critter out to do it? If you leave camp,
There is a
they-
critter. There is a critter doing it. Okay, I can start 6 more.
If you leave camp, they your critter leaves with you. Remember that.
Yep. Now Katie has critters busy in the camp. So I haven't even looked
Yeah.
at the mailbox, but she's got them. Yeah.
Oh, with the update, you might be able to throw out some more critters. Sorry, buddy.
Only 6. There's only 6 in the base right now available, able to work.
Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are there 7 beds? No, there's only 6. There's 6 beds. We need to get rid of that out.
Or you, as long as you have a bed, you get more.
Well, if they don't have a bed,
Because the PAL box just 7 of them. Yeah.
yeah, but
Oh, if they don't have a
each
bed,
need
they'll get sick. Yeah.
That's right. That is correct. Keep choosing the wrong ball to throw out.
Oh, I don't have that technology open. I have some technology points here. What's a good thing to open? Guess I need to make my own bed, don't I? Ooh, hot spring.
Oh,
Under outfit. What is?
Oh,
what
that's
again
for-
is- Oh, small feed bag. I need to do that.
you need that. Yep.
But there's a tropical outfit and a tundra outfit.
Well, obviously the tundra outfit is
What do
probably.
we have on now?
Um,
Katie made us one, but it says it's just a cloth outfit. Defensive 15.
you remember all the different kinds of undershirts you get to
Yeah.
handle different climates?
The tundra outfit. It's for cold regions and it's got a defensive 25. And the tropicals for hot regions get defensive 25. Might as well do those, huh? Although I'm not sure where the cold region is yet.
I think it's the same place that it's always been.
But I was looking for beds. Did you make another bed?
I didn't.
Okay.
I think the bed is useful.
Draw a
but-
pal bed? Well, you said we needed to build another one, right?
Well, we don't. I don't think it's necessary in the game.
Oh, you got
because we
7.
wanna-
There is 7 here, so.
Yeah, I made another pal bed. That is
Oh,
correct.
that's what I was asking before I took the technology. Because I can't build my own bed, I don't think.
That's another thing you might have to unlock.
A
Although,
shack bed? Yeah, well, that's.
I don't know how useful your own bed would be, but
Well, it's not at all unless you have a roof.
oh,
So
there you go.
if there's not a roof over it, it's useless. You can't even lay down in it. Oh, I need to make a feed bag. feed bag requires 10 fiber, 10 fiber.
We should have that.
We don't have the 10 fiber.
Let me. I might have it on me. Let me see. Yeah, well, I got 7 here.
That's, whoa, we need fiber. Where does fiber come from? The trees, right?
Yeah, from doing trees. I just put 7 in the box here.
Where did I get there? 1 fiber out of the tree.
Actually,
That's not very good. I'll get out of that now. I have 7 fiber. Grab another tree.
Alright, I'm gonna go check out Small Settlement. What is my
Figure out where it is.
task? Well, I kind of know where it is.
Oops.
And if you open your map, you can see about where it is.
Did you get a feedback yet?
Yeah, I did. So I have to go all the way over there.
Oh, it's on the map, or I don't know if it's on my map or not. Hang on, let me get my feedback and I'll go.
I'm not sure how the map works. I don't know if we.
I don't know if it's an individual. No, it can't be.
No, I think our whole guild probably.
Let's see. So now I need to put the feedback. Oh, it just opens it up. That's right. Opens up a food spot. Okay.
Yeah.
Look on the map here.
One more of you.
I do not. Oh, is that where the question mark is? The small settlement?
No, it looks.
No, that's
Small
a level.
Settlement looks like a yellow square with an exclamation point in it.
And I don't see it. I see where you're going, but I don't see. I see Tower of Rains Syndicate. I see another fast travel. Nope, that's a Rain Syndicate Tower entrance. And here's
Well,
Fort Ruins.
So here's the thing. Look in the upper right-hand corner of your goals
Uh-huh.
of the screen. You might not have gone through your other accomplishments in order to.
Well, this
See.
is a survival guide. Stay Alive Survival Guide. Do I have to just read this? Let's see. How to stay alive. Okay. Stop tracking. Oh. X to stop tracking.
Stop tracking that as a mission.
Yeah, let's see. So I don't see anything in the upper right. As far as goals, I see all the base guys. Get out of the base. And now I have nothing in the upper right. So I don't have any
Oh, you
missions
stopped
here
tracking
right
your
now.
goals. So when you click that stop tracking, what you did was tell it to turn off the goals tracking.
Submissions. There is no submissions. All right, trigger. Main mission is to stay alive. And completed where activate equal first islander, but I don't show anything else. Yeah, it's just a stay alive thing in the upper right. I don't see any mission stuff. View map. Oh, you're coming back now?
No. I'm kinda just,
Oh, wandering around.
yeah, I'm looking for one of those updraft things. I'm not sure where they exist. There's also some celeries here I could get.
Yeah, I see this land balls and they have the little yellow markers on them instead of the white ones. Oh man. Fast travel across the river. I see one over there. I got a daydream.
Yay! Good job. I'm getting my celeries right now. While they're sleeping, because I'm...
Yeah, I see it. There's another fast travel around the lake.
Oh, and there's a jumpy thing. Good.
The jumpy thing.
Thing to...
Got this ruin over here
Woohoo.
that people are in. Oh, there's a effigy.
Oh, good.
Can I just grab it? Pick it
Oh,
up.
the Jolt Hogs. Aww.
Talk to the worrywart farmer. Okay, now I got a submission. Deliver to the farmer special dish and a reliable looking PIDF officer. Then speak to the farmer. Farmer special dish. Whatever that might be. But there's an effigy over here anyway. Okay, and somewhere around here. I could have swore I saw. There it is. Oh, here's sleeping celeries.
Yeah, they're a lot easier when they... Oh, my weapon's damaged.
Yeah, there's a repair bench back at the base.
Yeah.
Here's a airlift thing on the other side of the lake. God damn it. Up here.
Oh, I just need one more drill hog. Oh, there's one right there. Woohoo!
Throwing those pal balls by mistake. I always do that. Always throwing pal balls by mistake. You gotta be more careful. And I see sparkly fish over there.
Woohoo!
And here it looks like maybe a cave.
Oh, he's chasing me. Oh, and there's a settlement. Let's see if I can get down there without it being an issue.
Oh, you're way up there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm heading into small settlement here.
Hills on.
Alright, sorry, I'm back.
I'm at small settlement, Kate.
Oh, I haven't been over there yet. Nice.
Oh, I think I stole your pal balls and I started some new
Where'd my
ones,
ingots
so-
go?
I think
What-
they got put in the box.
I got them. I see them. Okay, good. Phew.
I'm over on the other side of the lake, so.
I'm almost deaded, so I have to.
Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I ran into some jolt hogs and picked up 5, but
They tried to kill you, huh?
yeah. Capture a Fox Spark, the mark the Sparks harness. Alright, let's see, how do I...
There's a bunch of Pelvian fragments. We're over here by the lake. I haven't seen any berries over here. That's what I need to look out for. Oh, what's that? Is that a root bunny?
See, oh, I might be able to... Oh, I don't have any money though. Medicine, I could buy medicine, but I have no money. Can I sell something? Oh, yes I can.
I want to make the medicine thing too. The crafter.
Oh,
I'm about to make it over here.
Just killed a root bunny. I can keep that. Ooh, what's this? A treasure chest. Can I open it?
why is that not working?
Ooh, I got some gold and I got a megasphere.
I unlocked the sphere workbench.
Nice.
Where's plants? No, that's just a look.
Sell anything. Why can't I sell anything? Oh, well, that's what you have to do. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And then I can buy some medicine. Yeah,
Ah.
it's let's see.
See what
That's 750. That's a lot of medicine. Okay, no, we're not gonna be able to afford that. Capture a foxbark, unlock the Barkpipes harness. Hmm.
Damn it. I'm overweight.
Can you drop something? Drop a stone or something?
I'm gonna have to.
Okay, I need to find some foxbarks. Oh, I need to eat something too. Alright, so open the map.
Oh man, I can't. Wood. Oh, I have a farmer's special dish now.
Yeah, did you talk to the dude? Oh, look at this. What is this?
No.
I'm talking to people and getting missions, but I'm not sure I want them.
Oh man, what's weighing so much? Wood.
Oh, if you want to go grab stuff, you can
Where is...
you can have a Kativa
fast travel?
that increases your carrying capacity still.
Isn't there fast travel here in your... Oh, yeah, there it is.
What was that, Kate?
If you're planning on carrying stuff, just grab a Kativa, put it in your party.
Well, I have a Kativa in my party.
Oh, so you're just carrying too much in general. Okay.
Yeah, I got a capacity of 400, but I got wood here.
Travel, I found the fast travel.
I grabbed the wood, but
Jarathi's in chat.
Yay! Yay! Are you gonna make the sacrifice for Jirathi?
No, never.
No! You need to sacrifice. Oh yeah, I need to.
everybody, we're running into the water.
Oh, where does the electrical...
So you might want to accelerate if you want to go gliding too. If you look at their
I can
stuff.
accelerate.
While in party modifies the performance of a equipped glider. Prevents fall damage and extends the duration of high-speed gliding.
Alrighty, let's see. Accelerate. I haven't opened up his
It's just his ability. It's not a... You don't have to use him as a glider. You seem to have in your party.
Oh, okay. Cool. I suppose I should see who's in my party at the moment. Bob, a fry.
Let me make...
I got some jolt hogs too, Kate.
Nice.
Seen any of those?
My mouth still hurts a bit, so eating has still been difficult.
I can make a high quality workbench.
What does that get us?
More stuff to make. Oh, Kate can make a medicine one. All right. What do we need for that?
A medicine bench.
Oh, I can't make any medicines yet.
Yeah, I'm less swollen. The stitches are still here,
Fix my
and the side's still swollen a bit,
dude.
so it makes it difficult for eating still. But all right, I try not
I
to
can make metal.
talk as
tools
much.
too.
So, but yeah.
Oh, I hear sparkles. There it is.
Let's see. Do you have an advanced workbench, Kate? You want me to put one out?
I do now.
Got one. Okay.
I just had to make a bunch of nails.
All right. Let's see. What else do I need?
Sparkly guy killed me.
Oh, especially Berkeley
yeah,
dude killed you, huh?
The Caperty.
Oh yeah, I see Kativas.
Or Kativa, yeah.
He killed you. He killed you dead.
I should have left my guy out a little bit longer. Respawn, I'll come back
See,
here.
let me go get some more materials here somewhere.
I didn't lose any of my inventory though, right?
Let's see what we have here. Do you want me to get some more? Let me help you, Kativa.
Just need some more ingots.
Did you put up a
Oh.
better workbench?
Yeah, let me.
Sorry, Lamball. Oops.
Making nails.
Kavis.
Can we get any better pal balls yet?
No.
Okay,
Yes,
I'll
yes
make
and
some
no.
of the other ones then. I can make 67.
I have it unlocked. Don't use all the. Don't use all the. Don't use all the stuff.
Don't use all the materials. I don't know what Kate has.
Well, I have them all on me.
Oh, you have them all on you. Okay. Then you can do whatever you want.
Well, I mean, I have 67 Pallium fragments.
Where do you want me to put the nails, Kate? Don't care.
I'm not sure yet.
Alright, let's go full.
I don't have a production goods thing yet.
Where your ingots go? There. What about stones, ores, ingots, production goods? Let's try that as well. There you go. Okay.
Need an ingot. Let me go get this.
See, I got Venom Gland.
Let's see. Come on, Lamb.
Fiber.
Do I have a
Who's my gun knows?
Kavis? I'll go get some more iron, sweetie. Some paldium.
Let's see, how do I move the whole thing?
Come on, Lamball.
Okay. do with these gold coins?
Gold coins.
Go buy
You could
stuff.
Maybe buy some medicine or some horn. When you get to small settlement, buy some. I don't know what we need for medicine.
And I have a frag grenade too.
Yeah, you talked to a guy. They gave you that.
Oh wow, there's a dome over that place over there.
Which one?
Yeah, if you talk to somebody, they
As
should
I
tell you
look out
about it.
Towards the horizon. Oh, there's a giant blue dome. Kinda cool. That's new.
Shit, where'd they put the medicine?
That's been there.
It's been there.
The blue dome?
Mhm.
I don't think so. I don't remember it.
Yeah. When I was watching Katie earlier, it was there.
Oh, I mean, in the new game. It's new in the new
Oh,
game.
yes, yes. I'm gonna say it's been there, so. I'll take a break. I'll be back in a few.
Okay. It's still sick, but you're my fishing pole. Hey Robo, how you doing, dude? Watching Cletus play this? Nice. No, I'm excited for 1.0.
Oh. You're kind of new too. That's cool.
Which one?
The Cloby.
Yeah.
Hi, Cloby. Wait, Cloby, he's like, he's uncaptured.
No, that one's mine.
Oh, is it? He just.
Yeah, it's out. It's out and about. It's in the camp.
Oh, he's cute. Oh, a raid
Oh.
against the base. All right.
This
Check
base.
for details.
5 minutes.
Do we want to put up some barriers somewhere? We can't really. Doesn't really matter. So we want to put out fighters.
Hold on a second.
What do I have for somebody who can fight? I got some Jolt Hogs. Those are nice. That's an attack of 140, 130, 155. My bests are 140 and 130. Oh, there's a 159. $145. 164. Well, that's a gum loss, but it's a 164. 150 for a daydream. Got a Chicopee that's a 137.
What we need is another bed too.
Here's my 155 Jolt Hog. I will exchange him for the other Katiba I put out.
don't you?
Although he's a 156, so that doesn't make sense. Alright.
Why can't you line up?
What do you want to do? You want to pull some of the critters and put in
Can
fighters?
you build another bed?
Yes. Another pet bed?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Put out a couple traps too. On this road.
Okay. Want me to take the camp workers out and put in some fighters, honey? Oh, that does. Okay.
Yeah.
Oops. That's not bad. There's this section right here where they might be able to get through. I don't know how smart they are now.
They usually follow the main road, I think. I'm just pissed that it doesn't line up. I don't know if we need foundation down first or not, but
They've
did
never
you
been
build
really
it?
good
Okay,
at
we did.
lining up.
Where's the other bed?
They, I put it out.
Oh, I just can't count. It's fine.
Let's see.
It's a negotiator saying if you pay up, I can sort it out for you. Fair deal. Cheaper than bloodshed anyway. Only 500 gold coins. What do you say? No, go away. Give me my fishing pole.
Insufficient materials. Okay. What about if I... Come on, Lamball, come on inside. Let me put the other dude here in the party. Let's see. Do you want me to... You want me to put up a fence there, or you can put something
No,
else in?
no, it's fine.
Okay.
This first one shouldn't be bad, so I'm not too worried.
Syndicate Patrol. Oh, wave one. Is that a countdown for them coming, or are they... Oh, they are coming, I see. Alright, let me... What's the best fighter I have here, Mr. Joltog?
Oh my gosh! Look at the fox spark.
Is he kicking a little booty? Raid defeated. That's cute. Oh, good job, you guys.
I have the fox spark here.
All right. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff on me. Oh, it's actually not too bad. In terms of I can walk. training manual. Ooh, and 10 dog points. Nice. And wood. Wood goes in this first one. There we go. Alright, nice. Car here. Oops. Why can't I put food in the food box?
Is it food or is it food material? Or ingredients?
It's just berries.
That's ingredients, that's why.
Oh, you don't want to feed them berries.
No, cook them up. They're better.
Okay. Let me sort this then.
I separated that.
Oh, you. Sorry, I just sorted it so the
Yeah,
timer would
I
reset.
separated it. Yeah. I don't want them eating the eggs first.
Oh, the eggs are all gone. Alright, there you go. There were no eggs in there.
Yeah, there's
So-
fried eggs in there.
Oh, fried eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay. Let's see.
Get over here. Why are you doing that? Get back over here.
Do you need something for medicine for Mr. Kativa?
I don't know what'll help him, so I already gave him meds and we don't have the stuff for what he needs, so
Or
I gave him meds already, didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. What is the thing? Sick is. Did you give which meds did you give him?
The only ones we have.
Which were those?
The only ones we have available are green.
Green. Oh yeah, he may.
So he's gonna have to deal with it.
Waiting to go. Let's see. I guess I should fix that before I go out. Okay. All right, let me go after some fox sparks then. I
Nice.
need some fox sparks. Oh wait, celery. I have a celery. I would like some celery gloves. Does he still work as a glider now? Oh wait, I don't have that technology unlocked. No, I still don't have that technology unlocked. Let's see, I'm not sure where he even comes in.
Guess what we have unlocked now?
What?
The cooler box.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's very nice. We just need a cooling critter now. Does the piglet cool? They don't, do they? They just water.
Do they?
Let's see. Alright. I need to go after some foxbarks.
I am gonna drop off because we're getting ready to eat.
Nice.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock. Yep, yep.
I'm gonna have a nice big salad.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Bill made shawarma last night.
Mm.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. That sounds good. I still have a little bit of hummus left in the fridge.
I should probably get off of here and figure out food.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
What I can eat.
What you, yes, whatever it is you can
Yeah.
eat.
Did you send Steve out to get you different stuff?
But luckily I did a Costco run before I decided to eat shit, so
That's good.
I might just do mac and cheese again. It's easy.
It's
Yeah.
tasty and,
And
it's
some
easy
and some
it's-
tuna. We have tuna as well. I can toss in there.
Yeah.
Might saute up some spinach too, just to get a little bit
Get
extra
yourself
stuff.
a tuna casserole, yeah, with the mac
Yeah.
and cheese. in the
That's
kitchen.
what I do. Yeah.
Yeah. We do that every once in a while. Just because it's yummy stuff.
Yeah.
Kraft mac and cheese.
Well, thanks for
Yeah,
hanging
looked
out.
into
I
that when was
I
in
do
college.
the bunny mac and cheese.
Oh yeah.
The bunny pasta.
Good kid.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah. We got us started. I'm gonna have to figure out if we can do the second server so we can leave the other stuff.
Oh
with us.
crap!
Something.
I forgot that
Oh,
you
you-
were still on. I thought you already left.
Oh, what's that?
That's all right. I was still on. I didn't realize you were eminently leaving.
I kicked Cheryl out.
She kicked my ass.
Well, you're done then.
I guess I'm done.
Sorry.
All right, you guys have a good evening.
Good
You
night.
too. Love you guys.
Bye. Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Grammy, I don't have bacon. But I'm gonna find somebody to I already got like 6 hours in. I need to go eat. Something. Go make something. Go relax. Put some ice on my face. It was worse. Like this was completely swollen up the other day, so. Oh. Look at this stupid head. Go say hi to that stupid head. Oh, they had a drop? Sub for Cool Cativa Pal World thing? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I didn't know they had a drop. Well, I guess they had a drop. I'm gonna do tuna. I'm just gonna do tuna. It's easier for me to eat. It doesn't take as I don't need to cook it either, so. Go say hi to Mua. I'm Maddie. Have a good one, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.